All right. Good morning, everyone. Good evening. Based on where you are.
Good morning.
We'll start with prompt engineering. So I will provide these notes. I haven't uploaded yet. There will be some delay in providing these scripts. So by Monday morning or evening, IST, I will provide the scripts. So I will explain why there will be some delay. Prompts are basically divided into four, like whenever you write a prompt text, right? So the problem is that when you don't write an effective prompt, problem is that we usually use the API, right, in production. So when we use, if it is related, if the model is obviously, you have built on your own or open source model that you have, deployed in your server, then there won't be much issues, not to bother much about. But when it comes to APIs like Open API or any other, there will be some issue like billing cost will be more when you don't write an effective prompt. So the cycles, number of cycles that it has to go through, it has to go through, right? So it will be more. So in order to reduce that, in order to write an effective prompt, so we need to follow these steps: context, task, constraints, and extra information. Context in the sense, before you write something like what is the task that you want to accomplish, you need to give the background. It can be past, a background. It's saying that, assume that you are a data scientist. Even that is going to be considered as the context, because OpenAI model or any model, it's not going to assume what subject you are relating to, right? So the context is very important here. I've given few examples in this one .md file. So whenever you open a .md file, so click on this file, Control Shift V. This will give you a better presentation in Visual Code. Okay, so everything, like I've given example in a way that context, sample, task, constraint, text information, sample in additional information here, but usually we'll have context, task, constraints, and extra information. Context in the background, task, what is the task that you want to achieve, and constraints like any limitation. For example, if you need sample data, and you're going to say that, okay, for the context is going to be, so I'm assume that you are a data scientist or data analyst, and the task is going to be, I need 100 rows of sample data related to so and so subject, and constraints, so I need only 100 samples. So that is the limit. And extra information, it can be a format of file that you need, or it can be, an example of output that you need. So this is how you're going to achieve it. So if you copy and paste it, so you're going to get an output like this. For example, let me copy it in ChatGPT itself. Sorry. So it's giving me the code, and sentiment of the following constraints. All right, so it is giving, you can see that it is positive, this particular sentence. So when it comes to this one, negative. So it is giving me the code to execute it, and at the same time, it is giving me the output for this particular inputs, set of inputs. So I hope you got the point, how to write an effective prompt. So go through these examples. I think somewhere around 20 been given on various problems. There are various categories, right? Categories of problems in NLP. So I've given one each. Maybe some duplicates when it comes to code, but go through this so that you will understand how to write an effective prompt. Okay, and here I have given a script wherein I have used OpenAI and how to write. For example, let's take classify. You need to mention this one. This part is very important. So it is going to classify whether it is positive or negative. So you can see that this part and this part is essential apart from the actual input. So this is the review. And you can see that based on this, it's going to classify. Based on this, it's going to give us whether it's positive, negative, or neutral. So there is a possibility there that different class names altogether, right? So that's the reason we need to mention that. So this is the right way to provide the input so that you're going to get the output. Okay. The same way we have text summarization. You can summarize the following article in under 100 words, whatever. You can even more, I can brief out even more. So that the template you need to use it for that. In the same way for name entity recognition and machine learning, name entity in the sense for names or the words or tokens. So which category will come under? So Apple comes under organization. Apple is considered as an company based on the input that we have given. A new office is a facility, San Francisco is a location, right? Same way I have given for other two. You can take this as a reference so that not to bother about rewriting the whole thing if at all you want to use OpenAI. Okay. And of course, I'm not going to provide you the key. I will delete the key after after this demo. So don't use this key. You need to use your own key. How to create an OpenAI key? So please check the LangChain basics. You'll come to know that. Okay. Prompt examples been given here for example data. And that's it about this. So any questions on how to write prompts or prompt engineering?
Sir,
Yeah, please.
good morning, sir. Sir, so in constraint, what we will be giving, just as an thought process, anything, for example, can you go to, constraint, use pandas, or
Okay,
we have to tell
constraints.
the library names, or is it?
No, you can even give the library names. Constraints also that, let's say that use LangChain or
Okay.
use Hugging Face. Even that can be a constraint. Or
Constraint, okay.
don't give, no, try to give an optimized code. Right? Don't give too much code. Like even that can be a constraint. So if you understand this part, if you just have this in mind, context, task, constraints, and extra information or sample of output that in your minds, then you can write an effective prompt. So you not to bother and how to write an effective prompt.
Okay. And we will write in the same formats, right? So context, we colon something and data, whatever I want to.
You
Or is
not to
it?
you not to mention that it has a context.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's the only thing is like you need to mention these parts should be there.
In
Even there's nothing.
chronological order.
Exactly. Okay. So for that, in order to get clarifications, you have given a few examples here. So you can simply copy and paste it. Most of the NL problems we have it here. So you not to bother really about how to write it. So when it comes to re-input, of course, you can. This is the task. So you can simply copy and paste whatever you want, right? Or you can even improve this one based on this one. So some are more, it doesn't require, in some case, we don't require all the four.
Yes.
So wherever it's necessary, I have given, and it's up to you how to modify or enhance it based on your experience.
Okay. Sir.
But this can be taken, I've given good number of examples, you know, to search anywhere else. And a few cases wherein it is throwing error because the model doesn't support, even though Whisper 1 we have, but the model doesn't support this one. So consider this as a for future purpose. I mean to say, yeah, future reference. So for now, wherever it is throwing error, so consider and leave it as it is because this model doesn't support right now through OpenAI API key. So we will see, like this may support in future, but you can use the same template using LangChain or whatever. So you can see, right? Of course, the model keep changing it, but same template is not going to get changed. All right. Any questions on prompt engineering?
Thank you, sir.
Don't think too much about prompt engineering. Just follow this formula so you can write an effective prompt. So there will be a lot of articles, but it's going to be quite messy if you keep on reading it. So this will be the right way. I figured it out. So go with that method. All right. The next one is so what I did here is for various problems, you can see fill mask. Fill mask in the sense, suppose, what is the capital of France? Or maybe Paris is the capital of mass. You need to figure it out. What is the value that you have to, right? This is full mask related. Question and answer, of course. You write something. What is gas pay, right? What is AI? And it's going to respond. Answer will be there here. So this is going to be the question. And the next one, sentence similarities. Let's, for example, I have given some text. Let's take two sentences. How much similarities? So you can see the reviews at the restaurant was excellent. The dining experience was outstanding. So how much similar these words are? So we use something called quotient similarity. Suppose a word being there in some position, right? The word embeddings, you know it by now, or some like another word being here. How much similarity is based? Like it's going to find out based on the cosine angle. So if it is, it's going to tell us, like if it is near, it's going to tell us that it's near. So we not exactly match the word. So I will explain better with a better example with vector database. So for now, keep it as, if you don't understand, that's fine. And the next thing is text summations. Text summations, if you give a lot of data, let's say PDF, and it's going to give summarize a certain fixed amount of words or tokens. Text classification, you know it, positive, negative kind of. Text generation is if you give some word or some sentence, and it's going to give, create a story. It's going to generate text. Translations from one language to another language. I have given an example here from English to French. And zero-shot classification doesn't require fine-tuning. So for other problems, you can this script is for fine-tuning. Whereas in this question answer, this is for fine-tuning. This one is for fine-tuning. Okay. So I will explain one by one. 1 second. I have cough. Please don't mind. A fill mask here. What I did here is I use. You can see the medical data.csv. We know how to use the model directly. Of course, I have given in predict also how to use the actual model to predict something. You can see the input being given and how to predict it. But what I did here is I add, you can see the medical underscore data.csv. So if you want to train on your own data, some organization related data or something else, so you need to follow this format. So the reason I have given CSV format is so that you're going to follow the same. It's going to be, it's very crystal clear, right? This is the form that you have to follow. So ID, context, of course, you can change the names. There is nothing wrong in it. But it's better to follow the same. You can see that you can change it if it is something else, right? And so you can tune on your own stuff. So after what I did here is I have taken a base model wherein I've taken this medical underscore data, wherein I have created computer metrics for this part, metrics and all, cross entropy, perplexity. So I have given LLM metrics wherein for each problem, what kind of metrics it's going to be. And where is that? Yeah. So in order to display this cross entropy perplexity, we need computer metrics. And so I divide this into train and test data sets. And here, the training arguments. I given training arguments. So it's going to be based on epoch and trainer. This is where the actual thing, everything comes in. The training args, train data set, test data set, data quality. Data quality is just reading the data. And compute metrics. This for display this cross entropy purpose. By default, it's going to display loss. So based on the context, I've given as much as possible. And this way this is going to get trained. Of course, the number of epochs, you can change it based on how much resource you have. So if you have a less number of resources, go with less. If you have more, obviously it's more. So 10 is definitely not enough. We need at least 200 to 300 epochs. So, but to my resource limitations, whatever I can do it, I did it. And we need to keep it in evaluation mode so that you can cross-check the again on test data set. So this is where I'm going to finally save the models. And of course, so like once we save the models, it's going to sit here, the models folder. And the next script is this one, quantization. So quantization in the sense, so as I think I already explained it. So there will be a bunch of parameters that is going to generate, right? So a lot of parameters, and it's going to find out the exact value for this, for example, 2.8, something like that, right? Something like this. So what quantization does is, so you can take this is the actual one. It's going to read the model, and here it's going to produce only integers. Integers in this only this part. It's going to cut off this part, so that it's going to drastically reduce the model size. If you look at, let me reveal this in Explorer. If you look at this model, what is the model size here? Around 417 MB, isn't it? So when it comes to quantized models, let's take Q into itself. It is around 417 itself. Surprise. You can see that this one, floor 16, is not 8 MB. It got reduced. I think it's around 200 MB. Whereas static QNT, it is somewhere around, looks like it haven't produced. Yeah, this one. At 195 MB. So it's going to drastically reduce the model size. The whole idea of quantization is to apply these methods, whether it is integer or just float, but float to what precision, right? So why we need to reduce the model size? Obviously, it is resource intensive, right? Even for inference, not leave about training. Even for inference, it requires a lot of resources. Then in that case, so if we don't reduce the model, obviously it's going to slow down the whole process. So that's the reason we need quantization. Just follow this, and it's going to blindly execute this one. So whichever the model, please provide the location, the tokenizer location, and if you execute this command blindly, then it's going to sit everything here in quantized models. So you can refer that particular location whenever you need. So when it comes to prediction, I given this is for actual model, that fine-tune model, the quantized models. I have given script for each with an example here. Okay, not just that, I given an API wherein you can Dockerize this one. So you can see Docker file, app.py. The app.py has the same prediction methodology. And if you have model in somewhere else, you need to change this model location, right? And apart from it, you can see there are two APIs agreed: single input and batch input. Single input in the sense, single line I'm going to take it, and batch input is going to be the whole CSV file. So you can see that I have given a CSV file here. Yeah, sentence.csv, right? This is the batch input. So if you have more than one input, then you can refer that one. Test.py, you can see there are two, you can test it. Once you deploy it, you can test it over here. For example, let me show you one. So I have given even commands. You can see the command how to execute this one. So I think I already have an image with class mass predictor. So what I'll do is I'll add one. So in your case, you can simply copy and paste it. So I think I have, I'm not running Docker engine. So moreover, I'm not switched to this location, right? API, yeah. You can see that it start building. Make sure that Docker engine is running. Open this one. You can see that Docker is already been running. Otherwise, it will not work. You can see that it has been built, and take the next one. And of course, you need to change the name. But in my case, I have to change the name because I already have that image. If you want to check it, obviously you can check it here, Docker images, wherein Flask, Predators, you can see that one, right? I already have that, so you can, so in your case, it's going to get here. Let me copy this one, paste it here. One, right? Okay, so it got executed. So in thing is that I'm using dash D flag, which runs in the background. Some cases the container will take some time. So don't expect the output immediately. In this case, it's fine. So we have Docker running. Go to test.py, okay? And for single input, this is the one. So I'm going to comment this part for batch one, okay? So I'm going to execute python.test.py. Can see that we got the predicted output is going to be the capital of France is Paris. Got it? Let's see, because that is the input I have given here. So if you give some other input, obviously it's going to get that one. So based on how you tune it, so you're going to get that kind of output. And for example, let's take, let me comment this. So you need to follow the same process for all. You can see that, right? So it is giving multiple outputs. So predicted output is this one, whereas the actual sentence is this. Predicted output is this one, right? Actually, output is this one. So you can see the skin is the largest organ of the body. If you look at this one, I think not this one. Where is that? Yeah, the fine tuning data, medical data is related to medical data. So usually models are not going to give us medical related data. It may or may not, but here based on this, it's going to give us the output. Got it? And one more thing, Docker ignores whenever you build something, Docker builds something. So there will be some unnecessary files sitting here. So that's something that you don't want to send it to container. So I'm going to so list out all the files in this. Whereas git ignore is for when you want to push it to GitHub or GitLab or whatever, a remote repository. So you need to list out all the files. In this case, Docker ignore will not send this one because this is for my own reference, right? So even sentences.csv not required, so because this is for test.py to test this one. So we need other files. So we make sure that you have include all the files that are not necessary, that has to sit in the, compared to what has to sit in the container. Okay, so I hope we got the flow. Requirements.txt, obviously the libraries that you have. Suppose if you make any modifications, you need to add libraries in this list. So that the Docker, while building it, it's going to install that. Okay, any questions? For almost all the problems, I've given the same methodology, the same, the actual script, right? A sample one for fine tuning, the quantization and predict and API. Okay, but you need to copy all the mod, like wherever, suppose if you have quantized models, you need to copy that in models folder. So you need to copy the whole stuff. Suppose if you want to copy this one, copy the whole stuff, go to Windows Explorer, copy the whole set of files inside sitting in that particular folder and paste it right under this model so that it is going to utilize this one. Okay. Any questions on how this has been constructed? You can see almost all the problems here. So question answer, sentence similarity, summarization, text classification, text generation, translation, zero-shot classification, all are open source models, Hugging Face models. Of course, you can keep trying with other models too. So in this case, you can try other models like BERT based uncased. Here I have used this one, but if you want to get the complete list of it, so go to ChatGPT and need a complete open source Hugging Face model list for full mask with with name, size, and tokenizer and model reading script. You can see that this one, right? You're getting the list. So you can simply copy that one, and again you need to check this size of it. And if you need more, obviously you can ask for this one. So you can see that this part need to be copied and replaced here, this part. And of course, you need to import it accordingly. So you can see that having imported, right? It's all from comes from Transformers library, so which is brought by directly from Hugging Face, which is more reliable. So whenever you use Hugging Face models, use Transformers, don't use LangChain. So that will be the right way to do it. So again, LangChain will go through the Hugging Face Transformers library, right? Okay. Almost for everything I had given thing. So it all so I already tested it. It is working. So go to this one, and if you have any issues, let me know. Okay. Any questions? If you want to see any output for any other problem, let me know. This may be a bit confusing,
Sir,
but you can see. Yeah, go ahead.
is it mandatory to run on this Docker, or can I run on my local uh,
Yeah,
laptop also?
you can run in
Docker,
your
I
own.
have it, but what is the
Yeah, you can run it directly like
hmm,
app.py. But
hmm,
when it comes to production, you're going to deploy it in Kubernetes engine.
Kubernetes?
So
Yes, sir.
again, you need Docker, right? So you need to wrap it in image. So that's the reason I given it.
Okay.
There's
Got it.
nothing like there's nothing wrong in directly running Python.
Hmm,
You can
okay.
always run.
No, I have installed Docker and it works, but I just wanted to understand.
Always prefer Docker. So prepare for production. Don't. It's not for your own purpose. So if
Okay.
you really want to try something, use
Hmm.
LM Studio. That will be, I think,
You have explained, sir, that.
yeah, already explained. So you can use that one for your own purpose.
No problems. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other? So this took a very long time. So requires, and one more thing, that if you want to build something else, I've given something called dummy API, when how the file structure should be. Docker ignore, git ignore, it has nothing. So completely given in like this, right? So you git ignore app commands, Docker file, readme, requirements.test.py. So you can give, for example, you can give something like this, right? /f, it is going to give us the complete list. I can go to ChatGPT, and whatever the pipeline you have, for example, in this case, I have this pipeline, right? Prediction pipeline. Please give me the above files below. It is going to give us all the files. Okay, so in future, if something else requires, you can always refer this one. You can see that it is building all the files. You can consider this as a skeleton. You can solve any kind of problem as long as, so you can ask, like, modify the app.py to include LangChain, right? You can see, right, app.py. You can see this is the actual Hugging Face implementation. Modify app.py to include LangChain implementation. once you have the proper skeleton base, then you can modify it to whatever extent you want. You can see that. But don't use Hugging Face models along with LangChain. Again, it has to go through Hugging Face transformers. It has to give. So it's more effective to use Hugging Face directly. LangChain maybe for OpenAI, it's better. So we have an example on that too. Okay, so I hope you don't have any questions. You got the complete thing, right? Zero shot classification does not require training. Let me show you that. I forgot to. Does not require, even though I've given it here, but does not require this one. Let me see. So you need to simply clear, give the list of votes. So it's going to classify it without any further training. So this is the actual prediction part. This is the no, nothing else required. So when it comes to prediction, I had clearly given it here. Okay, so you need to simply give it like this. So I have given the same model, whatever I have saved out over here. So you can see that somewhere. Yeah, I think I have saved the models. So you can ignore the remaining part, right? So save the model and go with the prediction, this pipeline. That's all. And of course, I have given the API also for that. You not bother about changing it. So again, I given the sample.csv. If it is some other file format, you need to change it. So if it's usually we get the data not in CSV, in JSON, so you can easily change that. It's not really difficult. You can simply copy to ChatGPT and change it. Find the next. Okay, so these files basically when I provide it, so the problem is that it has a lot of. Let me show you that. Let me show you the size of it. 174 GB. So it's not possible to share this. So what I have to do is I need to delete all the models. Only then I can provide the remaining script. So, but the problem is that if you don't have good system, then again downloading or fine tuning it's going to be difficult. So reduce the number of epochs if possible, or keep this as a reference for future. If at all you have to use in production, you can use it. So most of like all the scripts are prepared in a way that it's going to be used in production directly. Okay. We'll move on to how to deploy it in cloud. We'll start with the GCP. So basically, you need to have GCP account. You need to click on Go to My Console, and then if you want to create a new project, let's take want to create a new project. GCP project. Give a unique name 369. Right? Create. Yeah, create. What is saying? Make sure that all the fields are correct to continue. Okay, the name should not have all that. Okay, underscores maybe. So it is going to create this one. This error is the previous one. Okay, it got created, and you need to go to billing. Search for billing accounts. Click on manage billing accounts. And here, when you create the account, it's going to ask the credit card and all. It's going to create a billing account. And what you need to do is click on my projects, and then it has to reflect. Let me. Why is it not reflecting here? Okay, it is not. It's taking some time. So I need to click on this 3.1 and change billing. Yeah, it's already been there. So it's already been comes under the my billing accounts by default. So if it's not, you need to have, you'll have this option to link to that particular billing account, right? So that's it on the billing account part. We will see how to implement it. So you need not to bother about this one. Okay, so you need to, okay, one more thing that you need to download this GCP. So I have given some links here, right? Let me open WhatsApp. Given, I don't know, I think I have given to both the batches. So you can see that Azure CLI, right? The links been given here. This is for AWS, this is for Azure, this is for Google something, right? Three links are given. This is for Azure, this is for AWS, and where is the other one? I've not given for GCP. Yeah, here you have. So you need to click on that and download based on your operating system. You need to scroll down. Yeah, you need to click on this one. So for Google Cloud CLI install. So in my case, you already installed. You can go with default next, and all. So you don't have to make any changes. When it comes to individual user or all users, usually I prefer all users, but it's your choice. And the same way we have Azure CLI. If you scroll down, you can see the 64-bit version, right? You need to click on install it. And the AWS CLI, you have a window. If it is based on the operating system, you need to click on it, and you need to click on this one, not this one. You need to click on this one, so that you're going to get the exe, and you can download it. Okay, and it next by default is whatever you have. So not to any specific configuration not required. So once you have it, we can start executing it. So let me okay, let me create a project. In this case, I'm going to create where is that terminal? Let me open the terminal right here. Click open terminal. So maybe it may okay. I'm going to give a unique name. So I want to try this one. So I'll try to give a unique name. So it is trying to, so after installing CLS, you need to restart the machine so that the environment variables will get affected, will get persisted. So you can see that it has been created, right? And then you need to configure to that particular, you can see 3, I'm going to add 3 wherever it's necessary. All right, so config this particular project. Updated property. Sorry, 1 second. Where is it? I think I've already created GC project, right? So why I'm creating another one? Okay, it is going to create another one already. All right, the change billing. Let me change to this one. My billing account, set account. Already created, I should have used it. I don't require this one anymore then. All right, so this one, we set it to this one, the new project. It has billing, so we can execute, we can utilize the resources. And you need to enable few services, the cloud containers, cloud build, and container registry. So you need to execute one by one. And basically, we are not going to build interfaces, front-end interfaces. We are going to build APIs. So the typical structure is going to be like this: a full stack developer, a web developer, will have both front end and the back end. So what we need to do is the model need to be given as API so that this API can be used in backend. So we not to build this as front-end interface wherein the developer will make sure so how the interface should be. So it's not our job. So most of the time you're going to work on APIs, you're going to be deployed in Kubernetes units. Okay. It's taking a lot of time. You can see that it has been finished successfully. Make sure that it is successful. 1 second, I'll come back. And anyway, this will take some time. All right, so cloud build has been completed. The next one is content registry. So wherein we are going to, store our container. I mean to say the Docker. All right, so let's cross check whether it has been enabled or not. So wherever so this enable, this will give the complete list. That's the problem with that. You can see that where which all service that are enabled. So what I can do is you can specifically search for this one. Of course, we got finished successfully. That has to be and container. So what happens? So grep. Okay, so this is PowerShell, right? So projects, GCP projects. I'll switch to this one so that the bash will be available. While when you install Git, you're going to get this Git bash also. Because that it got enabled, isn't it? So stick to this one then. It's reflecting. So when it reflects, obviously it means that it is enabled. Only enabled service will appear. This has to be enabled, and this will take time. So have patience while trying it. Have patience while trying. All right, so you can either this one or this one, so it doesn't matter, the same commands. The next one is like we're going to create a Google Kubernetes engine cluster, wherein we need to mention what is the cluster name and which zone you're going to create. So based on the zone that you want, you can, and the number of nodes you need. So basically, the Kubernetes is going to be like this: one master. So if we mention the number of nodes, you're going to be like this. It's going to be, when you mention 3, it's going to be 4. So the master will read out this, everything. So you don't even require WSGA and all. So this will provide, Kubernetes will provide all the load balancing and security also. So I'm going to copy this one, and I don't want to. Okay, let's see whether it works or not. Yeah, it is working. Okay, I started creating it. Kubernetes is now deprecated. Please update your clustering. All right, that is fine. Contact trace, it started working. In case you get an error, the most probably it could be the name, nothing else. You can always check the list from Google documentation, what all the regions, zones are available, right? This is the typical output you're going to get after creation. So you will feel a bit nonsensical here, but this is what we get. This will take a while. I'll be on mute. If you have questions, let me know.
Sir, this Flask is your inference server we are creating, right, sir?
Flask is this Python sovereign framework.
Okay. On
Can
which we
you?
will run our, it's kind of, we are developing an inference server,
We are,
right?
Flask can be helpful in building APIs. Of
Okay.
course, if we build, embed models, if we use to build APIs on top of model, it's going to be an inference one.
So currently we are doing the building of API.
This one, we are deploying the APIs. We already have seen how to
Build
build
the API.
APIs.
Yes.
We are seeing how to deploy them. So we're going to say, take a problem, we're going to deploy it. So in this case, I copied all the files that are
Yes, sir.
required from whichever the API that I want to,
Right.
and created a
Okay.
Let me open it. This test.py. The only difference is that's for local and this is for cloud. So we not to mention the extra part down here. I mean to say, yeah. So this one is going to take care. That's the only difference.
Okay.
Try to give as much as possible, and even the project notes and deployment.yaml. Deployment.yaml and service.yaml is necessary for Kubernetes. So if you want to change the name, you can always change it. So usually the Python runs in 5000 port, and whatever that we got to expose to external worlds is going to be 80. And deployment, I think it is, here it is. You need to mention the complete container image. I think it's still taking time. So we'll see. Follow the video and try it to understand how it goes.
Okay, sir.
Otherwise, very difficult to have
No problem. No problem, sir.
Yeah. Definitely tried my best. Don't ask for more. I try to give as much as possible. So that at least for next 2 years, it's going to be helpful. And based on the project names, you need to change this project name. So in this case, what is the project name that I given? So 3693, right? So you need to change this one. So again, you need to change the same thing over here. So I've given an example here, and this is the actual one. So in your case, please change these things like whenever it's necessary. Otherwise, this will not work. Okay, I already changed deployment.yaml. So this is the only part that you have to change based on the project name. Once you push it to GCR, that is Google Container Registry, it's very much like Docker Hub, but we should not use Docker Hub for production. So that's the reason we are pushing it to GCR. When it comes to AWS, it's ACR, AWS Container Registry. When it comes to Azure, it is again, I think it's ECR. So AWS, it is ECR, Elastic Container Registry, whereas Azure, it's ACR. So here we can push the model, but which is not recommended. So this kind of open source and free, anyone can use it. Production stuff, we should not expose it there, right? Already, yeah, it's running now. Okay, so this you can see the same output. It is running this one. All right, so we'll move on to the next step. So we need to get the credentials, kubectl credentials, so that it is going to store it in your local machine so that you can connect to Kubernetes. So command not for, sorry, what am I doing? Yeah, here it is. So based on the cluster name, you need to give the same name here, right? Using cluster and auto config enter generator for Flask app cluster, right? Usually it is going to get stored in users in my user.config something. A cube you can see, right? Cube, this is where it's going to store all the credentials so that we can connect to it. That's how it works. So if you already have one, so you need to delete that. All right. The next one, we have created this one, so we can check whether it's working or not. All the 3 nodes are reflecting, so I'm ready. So make sure that it's ready. So this may take some time. We'll make sure that it is ready. And the next one is we can push this one, right? Sorry, not this one, this one. Based on the project name, you need to change the project name. I'm going to check what is the image. I already built the image, right? So you know the command, right? Docker build. You need to give the same name. So I have given Flask app, right? So you need to give the same app. You can already have, I think, Flask app. I don't have. So it's going to tag, okay. Okay, so I'm going to use, so let's build it then. I'm building from scratch so that I can use that one over here without any modifications. Else you can simply change to another existing image. Tag is necessary for version control. You may push multiple versions, right? So that's
Sir, will it also use NVIDIA stuff?
it install NVIDIA if it has GPUs, it's going to utilize it, or else it's not going to.
Okay.
So I think I already include that over here, app.py, wherein it's going to utilize, if it has GPU, it's going to utilize GPU or CPU. So it automatically changes. So that part also
Okay,
being
sir.
expert.
Thanks, sir.
You're looking at this one, right? CUD and so it's going to install, but again, the instance that you have chosen, usually it's CPU, so we should not. It's going to be quite expensive to try GPUs, but it's the same process. Nothing. You're not to
Okay,
make
sir.
any changes to this. I think it's almost done. I think it's going to be around 5 GB or something. You can change the name, and it's going to create an image with this one, so that when you push it, it's going to be the same thing. So you can see 3. I can change it here. Almost done. All right, so we can paste this one. Careful, the project name should be this, whatever the project and the and let me show you that it reflects or not. Docker images. You can see Flask app, right? So we are sure that it is there. Uh, once this got completed, we can check Docker images so that the name, this whole thing will get reflected, so that we can start pushing to GCR, Google Container Registry. If in case of any power outage, there is I don't have any backups, so it's because I connected too many devices to this machine. So even though I have a backup, it won't last long. So whenever it is written, it's going to I will immediately start it. So it doesn't matter how long it takes. So we need to complete it this part. And tomorrow there will be a dashboard session on Excel, Power BI, and Tableau. Finish up by tomorrow. And the Python advanced features, we have pending topics, so we need to complete that one.
Tomorrow, same time, right, sir?
Yeah, same time, 7:30 a.m. IST.
Yeah.
The reason why I've scheduled it on this weekend is I think some of you have questions that weekend everyone will be available. It's not possible to club both 7:30 and 9 a.m. batches. And in order to reduce the cloud cost, I have to club both. So that's the reason, right? Hope you'll understand it.
Yeah, weekend is better, sir.
Yeah, so only then I can combine both 9 a.m. 7:30 a.m. batch. Otherwise, the 9 a.m. batch will face difficulty because of the change schedule. It's taking a lot of time because it's around 5 GB something, right? I think, yeah, 5.96 GB, around 6 GB.
Sir,
Actually,
your material will be available there for how long, or is there any time
the
duration?
material is like video is different powered by the institute, and when it comes to this
Hmm.
one, I'll provide like as long as possible,
Okay.
so there won't be any restrictions. But I want to clean it up. I will let you know that because
Okay, sir.
the files have been scattered all over, so I need to create common folder
Hmm.
so that you can there won't be any written files. But I request you to download it immediately. Have a
Yeah,
backup.
yeah, yeah. Definitely. By today, just wanted to check. But tomorrow, if it is there, or class over, so that's
Why is it taking so much time?
Google side, they are throttling, sir.
But this is not Google part. This is local machine itself. Google again, it will take a lot of time. So it
Hmm.
has to upload. So this is basically we are creating a tag,
Hmm.
and this tag is before we push to GCR, so we need to create this tag, the
Okay, so it
versions
is
part.
locally with your Google
Yeah,
CLI.
yeah. So this name will change to this name. I mean,
Hmm.
it's not going to change. It's going to create a new image
Hmm.
so that we can push this one to over there. So when you push to Google or AWS or Azure, you need to
Hmm.
follow proper naming convention. So that's
Hmm.
it. Even for Docker Hub, we need to create this one version.
Tagging is
Only this,
important, yes.
only this part, Docker something, this part.
Yeah.
Uh, my problem is not because it's taking time. The problem is that I have this fear that power outage may happen. Let me explain this deployment parts. As you can see that three replicas in this containers. It's going to create three containers based on your use case. You need to give it, and so it's going to create three containers and service.yaml, um, just load balancer. So it will have the fourth part. You can even combine both files, but now this one. When it comes to applying it, I mean, this is the way that we have to apply it. So after submitting it, um, oh, I think so it's directly building to Google Cloud. That is the reason it's delayed. Yeah, I thought it's just tagging. Okay, we are using G Cloud, right? Basically, it is tagging and sending directly. Yeah, sorry, I thought it's just tagging. Usually in Docker, we'll have tagging part and thereafter it is building, right? Yeah. Okay, so it has been completed success, so no issues. You can see that it has been there. So let's you can even check images. So you're going to find out with that name, whatever we have given. Oh, it's directly been pushed. Okay, it's usually in AWS we will have AWS or Azure will have it here, but it's directly been pushed. So okay, then we can apply this to kubectl deployment. That may be the reason why it didn't show up last time. So it has been created. Once it has been created, you can check deployments. You can see that three something, it's not yet ready. And let me create service. It has been created as kubectl get services. Okay, it is still pending, so it takes time. And still setting me as deployment plus kubectl rollout restart plus. I think I had issues last time. Cloud build, yeah. So this is where you need to mention to change the project name. Other than that, the same thing. No other changes required, and that's all. So that's all what we need. Proceed further and go to this one. I should have executed this one's okay. Once you complete this, you can clean up the resources like this. It's going to delete the cluster and the project.
So what is the use of that kubectl get deployments? That one.
So kubectl is the commandlet, like a CLI2 command option, wherein we can get deployments part. Deployments, whether it has been all the pods been deployed or not. And service is the external interface wherein we can interact and send the input and out, get the output. Okay, clear?
Yeah.
Need to make modification to this for cloudbuild.yaml, so which is necessary for Google. I think it takes some time again.
Sir, for today, we will finish this and what else?
Yeah, tomorrow there will be dashboard session and Python advanced features. Those are the topics that remain.
So we will be doing on Google and AWS today, or?
Today it's Google, AWS, and Azure. So three
Okay,
endpoints we're going to create.
okay.
Same stuff.
In a different.
Yeah, process going to see. It's
Okay.
going to be all Kubernetes. Here, if you want to change it later, so you can always change that to replicas. When it comes to core node count, this is the way that you need to mention the count. Okay, so you can always change when it comes to deployment or the number of nodes or number of replicas. So there is a possibility that it may take more than 3 hours. So please bear with me. And those who can't continue, request you to watch the recording. If you have questions, post it in WhatsApp. Definitely try it.
I am fine today, sir, and tomorrow to join with you. Weekends are better for me, sir.
And how is your son, by the way?
He is okay, sir. He is recovered. So that's pretty okay.
Hi, sir. Actually, from 9 o'clock, I have to take some interviews. I will
Okay,
drop and I will watch recordings.
sure. Let me know if you have questions. What's your name?
Zahir.
Jahir. Okay, sure. Make
Sir,
your
what was that Lang Studio? We don't know about that one.
LLM Studio.
Yeah, that.
The LLM Studio we already discussed, right? So LLM Studio is we can download the model. I can directly get the interface. What's the previous recording? I've already explained to 9 a.m. batch also. So I think I have to install it. So I don't have reset it to my machine. So this is going to be like this. You need to download the model and select it, and then there will be a chat option wherein you can post the chat, and you're going to get response. What's the recording? I don't know which session I have explained.
Yes, sir. Maybe in different sessions because
Before Langchain, sir. in the
7:30,
generative AI.
that guy is from 9 a.m. batch. So not 7:30. 7:30, explain to both the batches. It's taking a lot of time, seriously. Once we have this, we can test it. So we need to make sure the deployment going to be 3x3 or at least 1x3. And thereafter, we need to check services so that you will get the IP. That's all. Don't rely on so the interface. You go here and check it. Creating the apps. So that tool is very inconsistent method. They going to keep on changing the interface. It's always going to be confusing, and you'll get an error. So prefer the CLI methods so that it is going to be consistent. So that you will have a list of commands all the time. Okay. Well, this is how we deploy it in production. So Piyush, I think I already explained LLM Studio, right? In one of your sessions.
Sir, you just started on that day and told that later on when that batch will be compiled on that time you will tell that.
Okay, just download it. Just download it. Like the same interface, you'll get it. So in the home option, you will get a download option to download model, and you need to click on this chat option. So you have to go to home or search to download a model. Once you have it, go click on this chat, wherein you will get the list of downloaded models in this list. Click on that, select it, and then here you can start chatting it. That's all. That's the only thing. So try it. In case if you have any difficulty, let me know.
Okay. Sir, it is a free version or a subscription version?
It's a free version. Only free models will be available. Some of the models may throw error because there will be some login restrictions and all. So you can ignore that.
Means no manual configuration is required from our side. Only we need to select the model.
Yeah, download the model, select the model, and use it. That's all.
Okay.
Nothing else. All right, Bharat. So, all right. So I think it has been completed. kubectl get deployments. kubectl get services. Still, I don't see deployments. Maybe I need to restart this one. Oh. Sorry for that. So this. I need to reuse this one.
Sir, I have this small doubt. So,
Yeah.
sir, we are doing this one with the Git bash itself, right? So why did we download that Google CLI?
GCLI is not an interface. It is a commandlet. It is going to come up with some bunch of commands so that we can going to install it. Just like the way kubectl for Kubernetes, GCP is for Google. We can execute it in CLI. This is CLI interface. Those are CLI commands or the CLI support CLI software. So we can execute the commands in CLI. It's not a separate kind of anaconda prompt kind of. Try it anyway, it doesn't work because we need external IP. It's this one, test1.py. It's not yet ready. This will take another 10 minutes at least. 1 minute, I'll come back.
So for every cloud platform, is it the same way? Just follow the script and just do it.
Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, tell me. You have some question.
Yeah, regarding that one, for every cloud platform, is it the same way? Just follow the script. I mean, that what you have given and just do this one.
Yeah, you can deploy it in production. That is how it works. This is the most consistent method. So you can directly go to that interface and do that. But that is something again not right. So this is not how we follow. So you go in there creating services. That doesn't work. So you can go here, the Kubernetes, you can search for here and you can do that, but this is the right way to do it.
First, we have to create a Docker image. Then we have to, I mean,
Create services that are
services. Then Kubernetes, and we have to deploy. That's
yeah,
right.
that's it.
show the cloud build YAML, please?
Cloud?
Cloud build YAML file, please.
Think I made a mistake. Let me cross check it. So let me, sorry, Docker images. Okay, so think the same thing, right? Whatever I have, yeah, it is the same thing. Okay, no issues.
Let it complete, sir, just in case.
What? And get.
Let this complete. It's the same output, same thing, right? Both cloud build.
Yeah, the cloud bill is basically that we need to provide the whole chain, so it's that it's going to deploy.
Basically, the both CLI. I was just trying to understand. There were two cloud build. There were two build commands.
Right. With the Docker image and then push the Docker image and update it if necessary. Is what it is.
If you go to your notes, sir, I just wanted a clarification.
Okay.
There is a G Cloud build and there is another G Cloud build. Both one is for putting a tag there, and this is your whole
Which
pushing
one?
in the
This
line
one?
number. Yeah, this is just to tagging.
Syntax.
Yeah.
And this is the actual command that I use.
Okay.
All right, so it's saying that step failed. Potential command. That's the reason it is causing the issue. So no cluster is set. Set the cluster on the region where it is found. Oh, don't have cluster built. Looks like somewhere I have missed the cluster name. Okay, let me cross check. I haven't got this issue earlier, so. Okay, here is example how to set the variables in a cloud.yaml. So So I'm going to update this one. How did I miss this last time? So Flask app cluster, so everything is good. Cross check the cluster. It was running, isn't it? It got, yeah, it is running. It's done. Okay. Still not. Give it a try. Invalid image. Okay, where is the Docker build command? It's led to this problem. I forgot this command. Maybe I should give it here. All right, so it's working with V1 tag. And sorry. It's going to do the same process, this one. So after this, we need to reapply this back again, and thereafter it should be available. The only problem is that I missed to build a local tag, local image with this name. This will take another 20 minutes again. This will definitely go up to 12 or 1 o'clock, but I will continue. Those who can't,
Sir, not able to hear you, sir. Hello.
Okay, am I audible now? I'm sorry, I was in mute.
Yes.
So yeah, so it's working, and if I check kubectl deployments 3 by 3, 3 by 3 means all the ports are up and running, and this is the external IP that we need to copy, and I have to paste it here. This should be make sure that there won't be any space, and HTTP it is. Going to save and execute the single line. You can see that comment this part, single line input. You can see that generated text, right? We're getting the output for this is for single input. I'm sorry. This is for a batch one. Same script, comment it and execute this. You can execute both the one at a time. There is nothing wrong in it. And make sure that is test1.py, not test.py. Test1.py is for local one. The only command that I missed here is this one. So we need to execute this one before you execute this one. This is only for syntax. If this got executed, after you need to execute these two, and thereafter kubectl deployment kubectl services will work. This may where is that the other one? This is not required if this works. Okay, this works. The only problem is this one, so you can completely skip this one. Make sure that get services and get deployments. kubectl get deployments is up and running. Okay, you can see that we got output even for the batch one. For each input that we have given here, we 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're going to get 5 outputs. Generated text for this. Where is the input? Yeah, somewhere here. This is the input, and there's another output kind of. Okay, so that's it on GCP. We will move on to the next one. AWS. Let me close this one. I would get confused. All right. So there's project notes here. So we need to install this, download, install this one. Already explained this, and then we need to go to, we need to execute this one, AWS configure. Access key and access ID. So something it's going to secret key and access ID, something that we have to create. So you need to have the Google account, sorry, this AWS account. Let me log in. I'm going to log in with root user, the user ID that you have created. And thereafter, you need to go to IAM. Click on that. And click on users. In the navigation pane, click on create user, give some name. I'm going to use the same username and password that I not to change it again and again. I think I haven't given anything here, so let's create one. So AWS project, or maybe deploy user 369. So make sure the number are given, make sure that it's going to be unique. That's all. So you need to click on next, create user. That's all. So you need to click, once this has been created, you click on that and then create access key, right? Or else you will have somewhere here. Yeah, click on create access key, command line interface, understand above recommendation, next, description tag, level AWS, deploy tag, create access key, and it's giving me the access key. Copy this one and paste it here, and then copy this one. After entering it, paste the copied secret key here. So this is, I'm going to go with the default one, US West one, and no need to enter anything, enter. So that's all. AWS configure, sorry, I don't require, already configured it. Now we need to go to the IAM dashboard and provide administrative access for my user. So it's done, continue, and here you can also create access coming from here. Administrative privileges. Okay, so where is the security part here? All right, so I click on user, attach policy, security credentials. The attach policy. Yeah, here it should be. Add permissions, add user to group or attach policies directly. Yeah, the administrator access. I'm going to provide that. Add permissions. Done. We are done that. We have administrator access so that we can keep executing other commands. And then again, IAM roles. We need to create EKS role for Elastic Kubernetes service access. And then we need to create EKS node role also. There are a few other roles we need to create. For now, we'll go to roles, create role, and then it's actually AWS service and then EKS. That is the thing you need to search for in EKS. Next, EKS service to next. Go back. So EKS cluster policy and service policy. All right. So we'll go to next. Create role. Which one we have created? What is the name that I've given? This is the one, right? This is the one. Yeah. So I'm going to edit it. Things got changed a bit. Which role that I created? Oh, create role again. Okay, yes. Policy name. Okay. It's not allowing me to enter the name. That is the problem here. So for some reason, I need to retry. That's the only option. Refresh. Yes, maybe EKS. Let me state EKS cluster and see whether it reflects or not. Yeah, now it is getting it. EKS cluster policy. Apart from it, we need to add EKS service policy also. Click on edit and all right, so next EKS role, and then maybe I can add it later. Now I can click on this, attach policies, and then I can search for EKS service policy here and stuff. So we have permission for both. You can see that. And trust relation, you should be click on this. Make sure that you have TKS image on AWS server. I'm going to create another role. Roles, create role, and then again EKS. And in this case, it's actually node related. So I'm going to go with node group rule, node group. By default, it's coming up with some image on case and group, right? I'm going to go with that one. So without making this, but it should be easy to, okay, sorry. So I made a mistake. It's not EKS. In fact, it is EC2. And then here we need to search for this one. Yeah, then it's selected. And then another one. Select for this one. And this one. Okay, so we need to give the role name. CKS node role. Equals this to the. Let me cross check this. So it's saying some error. I don't know which one it's referring to. This got cleared. What about this one? This got also cleared, so no issues. Maybe the error related to the previous one. And we need to cross check the trust relationship with EC2 AWS. It's kind of. And now when it execute, we need to, I mean to say, create a VPC for this. So the cloud formation create stack, I'm going to prefer the same region as that of the previous one. Let me, yeah, by default, IAM is going to be US Western, but we need to maintain the same region for the overall. So I'm going to go with the US Western itself, and I'm going to create with the same name. And here it's going to be the sample. So it's we not to make any changes to this particular URL that AWS provides. So this is going to create based on this sample. So I'm going to go here. It has been created. So just cross check whether we have that or not. You can see that that VPC got created, right? Virtual private cloud. So we need to create a cloud virtual private network so that we can go further. So it's going to get installed over there. And create clusters, I'm going to create with the same name, and unless the name conflict occurs. But I need to copy the EKS URL ARN. So what I need to do is go to roles, EKS, what is that role? EKS role, right? So you need to click on that and copy this ARN and paste it over here. Okay. And VPC config, the same thing. Subnets, I need to cross check the subnets. I can go to VPC. I need to copy the subnets over there. Subnets for West one. So I think the VPS, which one we have created this new VPS stack. I think this has created just now. The previous one I have, so I think this should be this one. All right, so this subnet ID, click on that. Maybe, yeah, subnets. All right, so okay, it has created two subnets. Yeah, this is what we need. So we need to copy this one. You can EKS VPC stack. That's the name we have created, right? Using when we created this VPC stack, it's going to create with the same name. So we're going to copy that subnet ID. Another subnet ID. Two subnets we have. And security group, I need to click on security groups here. Where do you find security groups? Yeah, here we have. Again, with the same name, it should be EKS. That is the one that we need to copy. Security group ID. Don't select the default ones. EKS, VPS stack with the same name. And it's going to get copied. So that's also you.
Sir, what are subnets, sir?
Subnet is like, in network, we'll have subnet subsections of the networks wherein we can segregate into various categories. Let's take that we have one zone in one network, another one zone in another network. In the same network, we'll have subnets too. I mean to say, let's take for DB, there is another one. For application, there is another one. So that we can have clear segregation. So that something that is exposed to outer world, the DB should not get direct access to the outer world, right? Only the application should have access. That is the reason we create the subnetworks for security purpose, basically.
Okay.
I'm creating with the 369 so that there won't be any conflicts. But this will take some time. But in order to cross-check the status of it, we have something called this command. Okay, to cross-check whether it's good or not. So we need to wait till it got completed. Error occur when calling. Oh, sorry. It is 369, the name that I had given. So that is the reason. So it is 369. It's creating. So we need to keep on checking it. It has been completed or not. So this will take a while, maybe 10 minutes. And thereafter we need to create node groups. So we'll prepare this one, meanwhile, 369 the cluster name. And the node group is we're going to create node groups. So I'm going to add 369 to avoid any conflicts. Subnet IDs comes from here, so we can copy this one without any issues. And there is another subnet ID, right? With space. So which one I have copied? A02. Yeah, this one I need to copy. I think there is some space here. I don't know. It's going to create with instance tier 3 medium, minimum size 1, maximum 3, the size 2, node role. Yeah, node role. I need to copy this ENS, AKS node role 360, AKS node roles. Where do we find that's roles? Roles, node role. So I'm going to copy this one and paste it here. Yeah, that's all. So there won't be any issue. Only thing that I'm worrying about this one is this command, but let me, yeah, there is a space. It's one line itself. We should copy everything as one line. I hope there is no issue. It's still creating. It is creating cluster letters, so it is going on. I'll come back in a minute. Anyway, this will take time. Yeah, it is active and it is running. So we can copy this command, execute this. I hope it won't. It is doing. Role is not valid. Node role is not valid. Okay. Looks like I copied wrongly. Maybe the problem is with this one. Here's the one, right? I copied properly. It is there. Surprisingly. Oh, sorry. I copied instant profile ARN rather than ARN. So that led to the issue. So it looks very much similar. So that's the reason I got confused. I'm sorry with that. All right. So next one is cross check whether it's been there or not. Sorry, it is 369. What about node group? Node group is the same name, I think. Yeah, node group is also 369. All right. So it is 369, 369. All right. So what is the cluster name that I have created? create cluster. So my cluster 369. So it's going to be 369, and we're going to get kubeconfig so that we can connect to that one. So I told you, right? So that users, my user, and then dot cube, wherein we have to delete this. These two files are not necessary anymore. And exclude this one, so that it's going to create a new config file. Okay, that we can connect to this one now. All right, so we can build. I already have this been built. So Docker images. Docker engine is not running. Starting engine running. All right, so Docker images. So already have this my Python app. Okay, so I'm going to use the same thing. So I not to execute this one, but in your case, you need to execute it. And then I'm going to create a repository with the same name, my Python app. It's going to create a Elastic Container Registry, and thereafter Docker login password. So we need to copy this part from here. So here we have something called, after executing this command, we got something like this, right? So you can see that repository URI. Copy that, paste it here, and that's all. So we can log into Elastic Content Registry so that we can push our image to Elastic Content Registry. You can see login succeeded, right? So thereafter, it's my Python app latest. So we're going to tag it in our local machine with this name, same name. I'm going to copy this one and paste it here. So that latest was going to be as it is, Docker tag. This is something that we missed in Docker last one, Docker images. Look at it. We got something called this one. So 02067702, right? This is the one. So now we can push to, again, we need to copy this one, paste it here so that it is going to push to that particular ECR. Now it is pushing. I'm going to, okay, I think already have this here. We need to focus on deployment dot YAML file so that everything is same. So you need to change this one, right? Already copied this, so I can. So not this, yeah, this one, this part, right? That's how it was. Yeah, that is how it was. That is the chain that you have to make. Apart from it, it's Python app only. So I can stick to the same one, Python app. And you know how I created this dog Python app, right? So this is the command. That's something I have not executed now because I already have an image. In this case, in your case, you have to execute it. And so, yeah, service also, it's been part of this one itself. So we not to have service.yaml when it comes to Kubernetes. We need require two files, deployment.yaml and service.yaml. Service.yaml been embedded in this one itself, so we can execute in one thing. After this got executed, we can simply execute kubectl apply -f, this command, because this part is going on right now, and this we need to apply so that we're going to check it. I think it's almost done, so we can copy this one. Yeah, it's done. We can apply this. If in case created, so that's what it says. Deployments. It is still 0/2. Most probably it may take some time. We need to copy this one, this whole thing, and go here, paste it here. Make sure that there won't be any trunk spaces at the start or at the end. So I have to copy it here. HTTP should be there. So deployments may take some time to, let's see why it is not up. Contain creating, okay. So pods will tell us whether what is the status of exact pod. These are the actual pods, are containers. In Kubernetes, we call it as pods. And deployment will give the overall picture. There's the deployment name and 0/2. So nothing is up, so that's the reason it is 0/2. So this is the way that we can dig a much to a lower level. It should not create any problem. Well, content creation by itself will take some time because it's around 5 GB. So we need to wait 6 GB around. Yeah, one is running, so we can execute it. kubectl, even if one is running, we can execute commands. The other one anyway, sure, yes, 2/2 now. Okay, I think it's both are running now. Okay, good. So we can test this one. Python test one. So it's not test. Test is for local. And this one is for this one. Let me execute the single line first, and then I'll go with batch. You can see that once upon a time it's generating text. Okay, for this particular once upon a time in a small way it's generating a text. I will become an avenger on the of the fallen. I will help the dead stay alive, kind of, right? We are getting the output. AWS was quite smooth without having faced any issues. GCP, of course, I missed a command, but it's very slow. Oh my gosh, I forgot to delete the resources. Otherwise, it's going to keep on consume that one, right? Don't do this mistake. So always delete it. Delete it. Will be deleted. Maybe it takes time. Oh, sorry. I made a mistake. Delete the cluster. It's asking the prompt. Yes. Deleting cluster of landscape cluster now. Otherwise, it's going to keep on accumulate the building, right? Yeah, we got for the batch output also. Okay, so we'll kill both the G Cloud and AWS. We'll clear up the resources. I given at the end, so take a look at that. Again, the project name should be the same as that of what we have created, and the cluster also should be the same as that of what we have created. I think it's the same cluster name, landscape cluster, and project tabs. Yeah, that's all. That's all what we have to do. This will take a while. I'll open another. Okay, so I should wait because it runs under this project, right? It may create some issues in deleting the cluster. Moreover, like I will keep delete the AWS resource also parallelly. Open another one. So it has nothing to do with this one, isn't it? So AWS, where is it? Yeah, here we have. It is working, and so this is different. Didn't I give clear up resources? I've given it. How did I miss that? Okay. I think I have another, yeah, right. So I have another folder for that, file for that, clear resources. Yeah, this is the one that we have to do. So I don't know the file that I've used earlier. What is the deployment name? Yeah, the same deployment, right? I can execute this one. The same command. Yeah, deleted. So I think it's the same service. Better to cross check once. And it is the same. I think my cluster, when it comes to that, it is I've given my cluster 369. So I need to mention it as 369. Node group also I have given 369 at 369 so that I can delete this one. This will take a while. Okay, I think I executed this one here. The status, we can always check this one. Status will take error, no cluster. Okay, so it got, okay, sorry, it's 369. Check the status and 369. Now we can check, it's still deleting. Okay, good. So we'll move on to the next one. Cluster, so which we not executed this one. Did the EKS cluster, so 369. We have created node group here, whereas we are deleting this one here. Actual cluster is deleting here. When calling cluster has node groups attached. Okay, so we need to wait till that part has been completed. Still deleting. Okay, so this got completed, deleting cluster of landscape. So we'll go to the this one. I will delete the project. So the project will be deleted. Yes. All right, that's it. You can always cross check to by going here, GCP login, go to console, the projects here. Still see something over there. So projects, manage. This was not this one. Maybe this will take a while. It is not necessary, but looks like I have created shutdown anyway. I think maybe this is an old one. It's already pending. All right. So we'll move on to the This one, AWS still deleting. Problem with AWS is creation is easy, but deletion is going to be difficult. I think they do it intentionally. So a lot of billing being added. 1 second, I'll stop sharing it for a while. I need to check the bill. 1 second, I'm not going to take much time. Just check the bill. Last day I had an issue. All right, so if it completed, we will get an error saying that there is such node group at all. So that is how we can confirm that it got deleted. And moreover, when when you delete the cluster, so we are not going to face any issues. I think it's 369, 369. Yeah, you can see that it is throwing error because it's got deleted. So we can delete the cluster now. You can see that we haven't got any error saying that node group is there. So we can check the status of it, this one too. Status. And of course, you need to change the name to whichever the cluster name that you have given. Yeah, as you can see that it got deleted. Uh, Otherwise, it's
So
saying
until we see that one I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
error, we should keep on deleting that one.
yes, we need to keep on checking it. If it's there, it's going to show the day status. Otherwise, it is not going to show the status. And we need to check the VPC. So what is the VPC, the name that I given over there? So VPC stack, yeah, it's the same name, right? So I can simply copy this one. Don't forget to delete it. This will cost you a lot, especially AWS. You have to be very careful. And Python app, the same app, right? I'm using. Suppose free. Let's cross check. Yeah, same app. Let me delete it. You can see that it got deleted. Okay. And now we need to create. Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, whatever the resources we are creating, those also visible in the interface also, sir, in either Google Cloud or
We can check the status of it by commands, but something that you have to keep on giving the command for it. So it's not, you're not going to get interface as such. So you need to give the command, only then you'll get the status. You can see that status, you get the status. By default, it's not going to show you anything. But of course, it will return something, but this will not clearly tell you whether it has been deleted or not completely.
uh, not here, sir, because this is from the command line interface, but from that portal, in that portal, whatever the resources I created to CLI, so that should be visible there, under my resource group. That way.
No, I didn't get your questions.
No, sir, I'm asking, means through CLI, I have created
Yes,
resources, and
yes.
when to go to the portal, and I need to see that what are the resources I have created in my account.
Of course, it will be there.
Okay, so
Of course, it will be there. So, um, so
then, sir, better to go there and if we delete, then it will be shown.
no, it's always better to go with command line. So maybe initially it will be difficult for as a beginner, but you should not rely on that one.
Okay.
That is not the right practice. I can understand that, like what you feel, that it's going to be. So there is no such thing as such, but I think I haven't executed this code build at all. But I can.
So in the same script only we can write such that after creating means model and everything. So once it was done, I can delete all the bits. We can release all the resources that is associated with that problem.
I created in a way that you can do everything in command line. That is how I did.
Okay.
So I need to cross check few things. Code build. We don't have anything, but code Python. Once we complete this, we'll move on to Azure. That won't take much time. Okay, so we need to delete IAM roles. Here, I need to keep recording this roles again. So it's better to go there and delete it. In this case, I'm going to delete this one, this one, this one. I think I created this one. Okay, I can see that minutes ago, right? Or I can delete all that roles, only that part. This I'm sure that I created earlier, so I can delete that one too. So delete, you ask me to enter the message, enter delete, delete. Yeah, that's all. 3-1 defaults. Yeah, everything is cleaned up. Okay, easier. Let me check once. Elastic container registry. It has anything or not. It should not have. Yeah, it's clear. All right, that's it. So it's being cleared out. EKS. Yeah, it's been cleared out. So I'm not sure. The region is same. Amazon is here, right. That's it. So AWS is being cleared out. So let me close all this stuff.
Sir, is there any command is there so that I can run and check what are the resources active?
In Azure, it is quite easy to that we can delete this whole resource group, but even in that case, there's some case where it doesn't delete. Whereas in AWS, it is all scattered all over. But when it comes to business, accounts are different. They can delete a particular user completely so that they're going to lose all the service that they have created. That is different. That federation we're not going to have access to. The only business organizations will have. That in that case, it is possible. They'll get even the identity centralized center. But in our case, it's different. We can't do that. But when in Azure, it's quite easy because we'll have one centralized bucket resource group. I'll show you how to do that. So, yeah. So, Azure, this one. Sorry.
Because one or two times I think in Azure I created one VM with high so that one and
Your voice is not clear. I'm sorry. Your voice is not
yeah,
clear.
now it is clear now.
Yeah, better.
Okay. So one time, sir, what happened? I create one virtual machine with high configuration and forget to stop that one. And then after 1 month, it came 8,900 something bill after 1.5 months.
Right.
So I am very cautious whether the resource will active or not. That is doesn't matter, but it should stop or delete.
And that's the reason I created separate file for AWS because even I had the same experience in AWS. Even in Azure, I had the same experience.
Yeah.
But it didn't cost me 8,000. I think it was somewhere around $1,000. Yeah, even sometime once I got it costed me around $70. I closed the account.
I didn't understand because on that time, even also now
Once
also I didn't.
again, let me AZ after you install Azure CLI, you're going to get AZ login. It's going to ask you to enter the user credentials. Continue workhouse school account, whatever the name that you have created with, you need to enter those things. I think it's been the account you log in with. You're going to get few options here. But in your case, there'll be only one subscription if you are newly created it. But in my case, I get 3 options. I need to select one. It is not displaying here. Azure, yeah, it's already we are in Azure, right? Okay, is it login? Maybe because of delay. Yeah, right. I already signed up with GitHub, so I'm going to get the same credentials. You can see that I got few options, right? But in your case, it may be 1 or 2. So you need to mention the numbers. Like if it is usually you'll get Azure subscription 1. I'm going to select 2 because it's my paid subscription. Free account got expired. The paid one I have to pay for it. And here we got login to it, and we need to create subscription ID is already been created. Subscription already been set. Azure login there itself. You not execute this one. And I'm going to create under the zone ESTUIS the app group, resource group. So this is kind of bucket wherein we can store all the resources. I'll show you after it got created. So let me log into portal.azure.com. Portal.azure.com. We have something called resource groups, right? Click on that. Here it's going to, by default, it's going to Azure subscription. Click on all, apply. That the resource group, whatever I created, is got affected here. So Azure is very interesting one. It's quite easy. You can simply click on this and delete all that. So once you create resource group, you're going to create all the resources under this one. And once you complete it, you're going to click on this and delete it. That's all. Click on, you'll get delete options. You click on this, you'll get delete option, delete resource group. That's all. But even in some case in Azure, it does not, it will not delete. In my case, it costed me around $1,000 because I wasted. I thought it got deleted, but it hasn't. So always make sure that it got deleted. There's always a fear that it whether delete or not.
Yes.
As he said, it happens. It happens to everyone.
So, is there any concept is there, sir, so that project I can create within that project, whatever the resource which will be there or resource I am using, that will be present in that project. And while deleting, I can delete that project and parallelly
Yeah.
all the resources.
So yeah, in Azure we can delete the whole resource group. Even you can create a new user and you can delete that particular user, and you're going to lose all that. But things are going to be not as easy as you think. It's difficult. I should not say. I should not lie. It is
How to check whether the resources are deleted or not?
again. You need to go here and then check whether when resource being reflected or not. Is going to reflect all here. So you can see that I created a content registry just now and it got reflected here. If I create something else with the same resource group name, as long as I mention the same resource group, sorry, this is the resource group that I created. So I'm mentioning the same resource group. You can see that. So it's the same resource group. It is going to reflect under here. And if you delete the resource group itself, it's going to delete the whole stuff. Sometimes it doesn't work. That is what I'm saying.
Okay.
I think these cloud providers are intentionally didn't include this functionality so that we can do mistake and collect that.
I seriously feel yes, that is the reason they do it intentionally, especially AWS. Number one
Uh,
frauds.
because out of 100 people who are so much technical, I know how we so much know about that immediately, whether it is
So
true or not.
AWS they intentionally created it because even when you delete resource, it won't delete because it has some security group somewhere else. At least Azure is far better. I closed my account just because of AWS cost me around $70 or something without using anything. Because some deleted resource has not been deleted because of that. So I'm creating a Azure Kubernetes Service, AKS we call it as, under this same resource group that I have created. And the name with the name my app, node count I have given only one master, one node, one slave. So we can even create more than one. Usually we have at least 3. And the monitoring is going to enable, so it's going to generate SH keys. That's all. So it's quite easy when it comes to this one. And in this case, I have to create the Python app, but I think we already have, right? So I'm going to use the same thing. So instead of building from scratch, okay. It is not allowing me to do that. So okay. Docker images. So go with the same my Python app, okay. My Python app. Already built it, so no, don't require to execute this one. And that's all. So which app it is referring to? I have these questions. In fact, looks like I missed few. Okay. All right, this part has been completed. Then why did I mention this again? Maybe the build option, Kubernetes cluster. There is some confusion with this map. Maybe it is the deployment name. It should work. Anyway, this will go in parallel. So I'm going to log into this one, contain registry. And then I'm going to create a tag with this one. I think I already have this one. So you can see that, right? My Python app. So If you execute this one, this will get created. So I will not execute this one again. Docker push this one. So I can directly execute this one here. Login succeeded. So only after login, you need to execute this one. So in your case, you need to execute this one. Before that, you need to execute this. Even before that, you need to create a MyPython app, right? And from Docker file, it's going to get created. Let me execute the commands one by one. So agent login, and then you need to select subscription ID. In my case, I've selected 2. In your case, it should be 1. And you need to create this one. And thereafter, you need to create this one. And thereafter, you need to build this one. Okay. You can build this one. And thereafter, you can execute this command, AKS cluster. You can open other terminal. You can ignore this one, this part, because it should be, maybe I can mention it right here. Yeah, this is good. So thereafter, you can see login, the same steps as it is, no difference. So Docker push.
Yeah, which one? Line 18 should be ignored there. The create a container registry.
So I already deleted that, so don't worry.
Oh,
So after building it, you can create one. It doesn't matter which part, like you can create even before that, but pushing is more important. So tagging and pushing is more important. So you need to log in, tag it, and then push it to Azure Container Registry. So just like Docker Hub. And the AKS cluster is already creating, so it will take some time. Yeah, it got created, right? Yeah, it got completed. Good. So I think once this has been pushed, okay, so once it has been pushed, then this command, basically I already executed it, right? So I need to get the credentials. This command already executed this here, or else you do one thing, don't execute this part. Okay, execute line by line, so without any issue. AKS cluster already created. I'm not going to execute this now because I want to execute parallelly. And this will create what? Kubernetes cluster credentials. I told you that in C drive, users, my username is mo, and .q will have this config file, right? I'm going to delete it. That was for AWS earlier. Now this is going to create a new one, because the Kubernetes cluster also completed. I've given node count only 1 because to reduce cost. So, and we need to attach
it's
container
like
registry.
yeah, it's like distributing, right? The master and slave. That one.
Exactly. So it's going to load balance it. Right? So it does. We can keep increasing the count, node count, and it doesn't matter how many users, we can balance it. That's how Kubernetes cluster works. One second. Careful with even GCP also, but AWS is very dangerous. So clear the resources. Always make sure that interface, even though I should not use interface, but I cross-check it whether it has deleted or not, right? Some of the resources are deleted directly from there, rather than copying the URL here in command line.
Do you have to know the 3 also, or like Azure is enough? I mean, just like the real time.
It depends on the project. So some uses Azure, some uses AWS, some uses GCP. Usually, no one uses GCP, very rare. But GCP, Google has came up with this Kubernetes. When it comes to Kubernetes, they are good at it. But still, AWS or Azure depends. So you can choose any method you want.
So I'm applying for like jobs and all. If I mention the Azure, is that enough?
You can try all three better. So
Mhm.
what's wrong in it? You can say that you have experience in building APIs and deploying it to Kubernetes cluster. It's always an advantage, right? So just you can give it a try. You're thinking of, in terms of cost, right? It's not the time.
No, I had this one EC2 instance, right? So I too had the same thing. So I
Okay.
didn't delete my instance at all.
Yeah, that is what
Sometimes,
you are worrying about the cost. So
yeah.
I'm trying to resource under resource my okay. What is the problem here? A Microsoft Container Service under resource group was not found. Container. Okay, Python cluster 369. Okay, so I think the mistake that I did here is the cluster name. I given something else earlier. Let me check what is the name that I given. I think this my app. Okay, looks like I have created my app. Yeah, that's the cluster name. But in your case, you execute it continuously, then you're not going to face that issue. So you can simplex. But please change the names. Don't use the names that I have given. Okay. So here, if you give in the same name, you're going to use the same name. All right. So here, my app, right? In my case, and this is the same name, no change. And I'm going to attach the content registry to the Kubernetes cluster that I have created, so that anything that is being pushed to container registry is going to get deployed in Kubernetes. Okay, and I will explain deployment.yaml file once I will complete that. I think this part will take some time. Okay, meanwhile, let me explain deployment YAML. It's the same deployment and service. Here, this is service, expose 5000 Flask API, put to this 80, again Python app service, the same thing, no other difference, except this part. So this, I've given, created the same thing, right? Same container name, same Python tag, right? So I can go with the same name and not to make any changes to this one. I can simply go with kubectl apply -f and deployment YAML after completing this. So prepare your own notes, watch the video, prepare clear notes before you try. Okay, watch the video 2 to 3 times, always make sure that notes is clear and then go with that. Try to correct errors if at all you got any on your own. If you're not able to, then you can always send. It's always better to do it from scratch, because it's, unless I monitor it right from scratch, it's difficult to provide solution. So again, you need to do it from start. So it's better to watch the video and then prepare your own notes, even though I provide you my own notes, but execute it. In case there's any changes, any error, have a clear notes, so that it will be helpful in future.
Sir, you will upload the notes on Monday, Tuesday, right?
Yeah, Monday or Tuesday. Yeah, I will try to upload as soon as possible. The only problem is with this one. The models are not going to work. I'm not going to provide all the models because it's going to be too large. So only necessary files I'll provide it. I think this is around 2.7 something, but that one metrics, it's difficult to provide. So this one is difficult to provide. This around 170 something. 174 GB. So I will delete all the folders from this. But when it comes
You will
to this one,
leave the folder, sir, please. Files you deleted so that you
yeah,
know what is there.
these files I will keep it as it is so that you will get the model to deploy.
And the model folder also. Inside the files you can delete, sir, but we know the tree structure.
Yeah, structure is going to be there. Structure is going to be there.
Please, thank you.
So it has been completed. It's been in structures. You can see that it has been created to kubectl ctl get deployments, and However, does not have a resource. Okay, what happened? Oh, sorry, kubectl git deployments. Sorry, by mistake I pressed tab. Okay, so it is still ctl services. Yeah, the external IP is okay. Get pods, let me check why it is a container creating. Oh, anyway, it's around 60 GB, right? I should have taken a smaller one, but the demo part, the output is not going to be satisfactory. So that's the reason I have chosen this. So once this is up, it's going to reflect in deployments also, so that we can start testing it. And moreover, one more thing that it's not as easy as been shown now, been shown by me, right? It's going to be definitely difficult. So prepare clear notes. That is the base. So if you can come up with the proper notes, then you're going to get things up. It's not going to cost you anything. Request you definitely try it. Don't skip it. Don't believe that one will work, another one not necessary.
What Git pods will do now?
Git pods is basically like containers in Kubernetes. In Kubernetes, basically another layer been added on top of container, which provides more security. In each pod, we can have more than one containers. Usually we have containers, right? On top of it, there will be
Yeah.
another pod we call it as. This is pod and this is container. We can have multiple containers in the same pod. This provides additional security and we can even categorize a group of the containers. That's the advantage. That's the reason I have not even added WSGI and all. Yeah, it is running. Even you can see get deployments. Pods, in fact, this is what the pods is all about. So if this is not running, this will not show up. So if you have more than one pod, we can say that is one. But how do we configure that? Again, we can say let's file and then kubectl-apply deployment.yaml will rerun this and then create 5 containers so that we can have we can load balance it. Anyway, it's running now and we can start testing it. So how do we know this IP? kubectl get services, and this is the external IP that we have to copy. Make sure without any space. In this case, I have copied with space. Delete it and then go back here and single input. So I'm going to go with test 1. Test is for local, test 1 is for this one. Single input. It should work. Fingers crossed. It is getting output. Yeah, thank God. So batch, we're executing it. And you are not going to get these files anywhere else. The scripts are created from scratch, keeping beginner in my, it's all beginner's perspective. Even test.py, usually we go with Postman, something called Postman. So we test it, the APIs using this. But in this case, providing input and all is going to be difficult. So test.py will help. It's quite easy. So you can see that everything is clear, right? We can even increase the count and all whatever. So now let me create, you can delete this one. I have the same container. Yes, I need to change this one. This is not, in my case, it is my app. By mistake, I should have given a different name. Let me delete the Kubernetes cluster. And then the content registry, the same thing, right? As long as resource group should name the same, resource group and the content registry. I think it's still in process. We'll see, cross-check it manually and then deleting resource group thereafter. So if you go here, refresh it, you can see the content registry Maya cluster, Kubernetes cluster, right? Kubernetes cluster and few additional stuff that are supported this. So it is in fact by deleting, you can see it's deleted. Content is got deleted. If you right click and see that, it should show a deleting kind of status. You should look at status. You can see deleting, right? Deleting is going on. And thereafter, once we delete all the resources, we can execute resource group. Don't execute resource group deletion until this got cleared out, because this the resources will become stale and going to keep cost you. So I think you'll definitely, even if you don't listen to anything what I said, you'll definitely listen to this one. It will cost you something, right? I think who said this? Like the VM 8,000 rupees something. Piyush or something.
Yeah, Piyush.
Yeah. Careful. Everyone faces this problem, so it's not just this will take some time. That's the, and this will get deleted automatically after this because this is support to one data collection role. We still have one more project on vector databases. One
In
local,
the
another one in Azure. Yeah. So wait.
in the my app there is like no wait, right? Something you have written the code like hyphen no wait. What is the
Yeah.
meaning of that?
No wait means like usually it does not wait for other resources if I'm not wrong. Or maybe it's like usually when some service going on, some requests are going on, then it's going to force to stop and execute it. It's like post deletion. I have another project. I will do one thing. The other project is the same deployment, but we're going to connect to Cosmos DB. What I do is usually what we have to do is we need to deploy application and SQL also. I mean database also. In this case, vector database. What I do is I will check the application locally. In this case, it's both cloud and in this one is cloud locally, and database also locally with MongoDB. Okay. Another application I'm going to check locally. I'm not going to deploy it in cloud, but it's supposed to be in cloud. We already seen how to deploy it in cloud, right? So what I do is I will create a database in cloud, Cosmos DB, to showcase vector database. Okay. Another application completely locally with another vector database, Chroma DB vector database. This is the preferred method, and you need to deploy the application also. But I already explained the deployment part here, right? How to deploy it in Kubernetes and all. You will take, you know how to do that. So, I hope you
Are you
got
going
the
to
point.
cover this in another video or today?
Now it's also, we'll complete it, even if it takes time, so we'll complete it. This one, I will explain this one. Meanwhile, it's going to take some time to delete it. This won't take much time. So I'm going to go here. Vector database project. Uh, this one. Do we have this? Sorry. Looks like, okay. Yeah, I think I have it here, documented. Yeah. It's completely local, Chroma DB, and So I'm going to execute this one. I think Naveen asked about this, how to execute in local. So we can execute in local too. But in my case, I created this, OpenAI key. We already explained LangChain basics, how to create one. And I'm going to copy it here. So I'm going to use this particular file, not this one. So Python chat. Okay, so it's basically Streamlight. I already created Conda create environment. So what you need to do is Streamlight env Python. I think it is 3.10. I have executed. Okay. So let me cross check. Streamlight. It's 3.8. Yeah, 3.8 I have created. So create this one, and then Conda activate Streamlight env. Okay, it got switched to this one, and then pip install dash r requirements.txt. You have it here, right? So you need to execute this whole thing. Requirements.txt, that this will install all the libraries required for this project. And then Streamlight run chat. This one. Yeah, this is the one. This. What this we have, we're not going to see deployment part. Don't ignore this part, this Streamlight deployment, but follow the same process. You can deploy the same application. So I'm going to browse a file. The document read. I have given all a few files here. You can see that, right? Let's take Gatsby. So this is a very intelligent app. You can see that once you add the file, click on add data. This is going to create chunks and embeddings, that is converting text to numbers. I have included agents at the same time. I include the model also here. What it does is it's going to read this document and answer the questions based on this document. And not just that, whatever the content that is not being there in this document, even that part also, if it is available in Google, in Google search or in Wikipedia, it's going to fetch it. So I have embedded even the Wikipedia and SERP API also. So if you look at this one, why this is not going on? This conflicting with the this one. So that's the problem. All right, let me select this one. So SERP API key. Think, where did I copy the SERP API? Yeah, SERP API. Not copied anywhere else, so I need to go to my execute this one again. And to copy paste it here.
Is this project done same as that you has showed in the class, right? Same LLM?
Yeah, the same LLM. I'm going to same LLM, Wikipedia, and the LangChain basics, the same part. But this is more constructive. So I mean, say it's more sequential like this. There's an app being built on top of it. Once this has been completed, we will start questioning it. Deployment part, the same as that of whatever been explained earlier. There won't be any change. And it won't take more than another 50 minutes, so we'll complete faster. Let's cross-check the Azure one. I think this is something we need to delete manually. It's not deleting it. Refresh. This should not take some time. And moreover, I am not executing the command from here. I'm going to delete right from here itself. Okay, I'm going to delete resource group right from here. Click on that, and I think it's already deleting. Yeah, so I thought I'm deleting this one. Let me delete it. Yes. Okay, this part has been completed. Where are we now? Yeah, this has been complete chunked and rendered successfully. You can ask questions. What is Great Gatsby? So that's the document, right? It's going to give the top three and it's going to pick the best one. So you can see that the Great Gatsby is a novel written by F. Scott Fitzgerald, Fitzgerald, published in 1925, and Judge Age, right? So we will take these two things. Who is this guy and what is Judge Age? And if you scroll down, you get even the history. Who is, this is something not been there in the document. Okay, usually you will get I don't know, but it is coming from such API and Wikipedia. As you can see, the American author known. This is not from the document. And even if you open with okay, choose another pad or something, you're not going to have all that. So who is that guy? And all this is novel basically, just author name, but this is information not been there. And what is, you can, if you scroll down this, you can see that these two questions I have asked. What is jazz age? It refers to a period in 1920s characterized by the popularity of jazz music, the cultural shifters. So this app is going to be very helpful, but okay, that's how this works. So any questions?
No.
And I can understand that all the points are in the same day, but request you to take it in a way that you're not going to get these projects quite easily in online. So
I mean, this DB part, if there that was the other part, it would have been useful. Like this is completely cloud, and that is DB like that.
yeah, I will explain the cloud part. Even though this Chroma DB I have included here, but this will not explain you how this internally going to work. If you Chroma, so in fact, we are storing the chroma, and if any other query been thrown, the same query been thrown again, it will not do the same. It will not use the model. I will explain that in detail now. Which DB part you are speaking about? Another session, you mean?
Yeah, like that.
No, no,
Yes.
no. So wait. So you need to eat in the same day. So it's already late. I need to meet the schedule also, right? I'm deleting this one manually, because these things are not going to, we don't know, like it's a subsidiary kind of supportive kind of, not going to get reflected. Okay, so this is sorry, refresh.
Is vector DB and chroma different or something?
Vector DB is vector database. Now we are going to see the MongoDB and store that data so that you will understand it better. Vector databases. Okay, so we're going to see that now in much more detail, like what is the advantage of having vector database and all. Let me close all the files, close all. Okay, and you're going to see, I will explain this one first, and then later on I will move to Docker. Okay, you can see that MongoDB already installed it. Already, I think I mentioned that link over there, right? WhatsApp. 730, where is MongoDB link?
No, MongoDB was not shared there.
Okay, this link you can forget it. So it's not. I think I stored it somewhere. And this is related to, okay. Okay, so let's go to this location. Windows installation exe. So I'm going to go with this one. And actually it is MongoDB community. I'll search for community edition and then install community MongoDB configuration. Which one is that? Yeah, here install on Windows. This is not working. In fact, I tried. Okay, using MSR install. This is not working. We'll share the link. Don't worry. Yeah, here it is. You can see the Windows, right? Click on that. Yeah, it's already Windows itself. But if it's not Windows, it's started. Click on download. In my case, it's already been downloaded. You can simply click on no next kind of nothing else. MongoDB. Here we have not this one. exe downloads programs. Okay, let me download this. It's there in the Internet Download Manager. All right, I'm just going to reinstall. This is going to be an interesting project. In fact, open, already installed, so I'm not going to install it. Next, you're going to see, complete and all. You're not going to see the options, complete, next, and all. That's it. Finally install. So you're going to get Compass also, right? And I'm going to ignore this part. This is the one. Yeah, this is the one that we need to execute connect. So in my case, I'm going to already have this one. So I'll delete this one. This vector database will create one. Let's find where it's going to get create. Yeah. Basically, what it does is going to connect to the MongoDB local. So we'll see Cosmos DB also, Azure Cosmos DB. MongoDB local, and then it's going to create the database name, this one, and the table name, this one. We call it as collection in NoSQL, MongoDB. We're going to use this model, create embeddings, right? And then we're going to store similarities. You can see that we're appending it to that one. Some summary. So summaries, and you go to get summary. Okay. So let me insert so that you can understand better. Let me skew this one. If I go back to this one, MongoDB, where is it here? If I refresh it, okay. Not yet created. Why it has created? So it has to create one. All right, so let's start using it and hope it will be. So we need to provide the text, and then you're going to store here and text under text. You can see that it is there. Yeah, you can see the text summarization. Under this summaries, whatever the collection that we have created, right? So what I did, the interesting part here is this one. Summaries, when you click on this one, it got the first text that I have mentioned, and this is the summarized information that I got. So this is summarized problem, text summarization. It's going to summarize the exit data. So you can see that I'm going to create another one. This is totally different prompt. This is totally different prompt. Okay. And we got the response. It got summarized. If you refresh this one, you got another ID, right? But if you give a slightly different one or rephrased one, you can see that This one the same. So what I did is, like you can see, but the words are totally different. Okay, so I'm executing this one, but the response is the same. You're not going to get another record. What it does is it's not going to even use the model to predict it. So it's going to go on based on similarity. So it's going to already has record, right? So this prompt is going to cross check whether the previous inputs, the previous prompts, is similar to that of this one or not, with embedding perspective, cosine similarity. Okay, and then it's going, if it is been there, it's going to give the same output, or else it is going to do this another one. So let me execute another
It will
one.
check whether the text is there or not, like
Yeah,
previously.
exactly. So it's going, so it's not exact text. Even if I remove something, suppose I removed it, you're going to get the same output and you're not going to get new input. This is for new one. So this is for this one, not this one. This
Yeah,
one,
yeah.
the new one. So you can, this is a new input, so you're going to get a new one. So only when you give a new input, you're going, its model is going to be used. So if you use OpenAI kind of, then what happens? It's going to cost you a lot, right? If you don't use vector database. And I have given another one here, a totally different one, personalized medicine kind of. You can see that you got a new report, isn't it? But you can see that this is another one, recent breakthrough in medicine. I think you got the same output, because even though it appears a bit different, you can see what I did here is I've taken the text, went to like ChatGPT and asked to refresh it, and I got this one. So now you got the same output without any additional one. You can even scroll down, it's the same thing, right? The same one. Let me give another one. You got the same output, because I deleted few words here. Instead of rephrasing, this one is a rephrased one. This is the actual one. This is a rephrased one from ChatGPT with the different words. And this one is I deleted few characters, and then this is the output that I got. So without any additional one. So that is the advantage of vector database. Vector database, what it does is going to take the word and find out the embeddings in the space and find out whether it is similar or not to another this text. Not exactly this one, but similar to it. You can see that here, not this one. The global economy, I think that a good example here. The global economy has seen significant shifts, summation, check somewhere. I have completely rephrased one. Yeah, I think here, not this one. Recent breakthroughs, whereas in this one, recent advancements. But these two considered to be as the same. That's the reason we got the same output. Got it?
I mean, how it will come to know that based on the words? I mean,
yeah, it's going to convert into the embeddings that they find on a lot of words, and they create this array of numbers. We have seen the word count vectorizer, TF-IDF, cloud,
yeah,
right?
one hot encoding like that.
So we have much better options now. So what we have used here is we use for embeddings. I think we have used this one. Yeah, the BERT-based uncased embeddings. We have used that one. That's a better one. I feel you can even replace with another one, but that is one. This is the actual model. This is the model that we have used for interpretation. This one for embeddings. You can see that embeddings, right? That is when being used for embeddings. It's going to create this one. For example, a word being there, right? There will be a point. Another word being there. There will be a point, and it's going to find out the angle. If this angle is to certain extent 0.95
Yeah,
probability, then it's going to consider the same. If it is too
similar.
large, then it's not going to consider the same. So it's going to give
0
request
to
to
1.
the model and it's going to get the response.
Yeah, I got it.
Okay, now this is a good example. So always search in locus so that you can see that ChromaDB, it's difficult to see the output, but in MongoDB, you can clearly see it. Now what we do is we create a Cosmos DB. Okay, I'm going to create another resource group. in Azure itself. Already login, AZ login, we need to, so I'm not going, and not to mention it now. One second, let me cross check whether it has been deleted or not. In this case, it would have been deleted. Where is it? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, everything being clear. Okay, now this has been created by now, just now, right? So all, I make sure that subscription is all equals all, or sometimes you may miss it if you have more than one. In your case, it should usually be the only one, Azure subscription. If you have more than, always select this one and select all, apply. This Cosmos RGB, okay, created resource group. I'm going to create this one is not going to be entertained, so it should be small letters. So I'm going to create something like 36, and always make sure that I give the same name wherever it is necessary. And it's going to come under Cosmos resource group, same resource group name. If you give something else, you need to give something else here. And given East US and redundant, we don't require redundant copies in another zone for any failures. You can copy this one as it is and execute this one, unless there is a non-name conflict to this one, it won't fail. And in this command, don't execute this part. You can ignore this round brackets, remove this one, copy this one, same, you can see the same account name, right? Nothing else, the same resource group name. This may take some time. What do we do is like, what I did here is I created containers. So the same thing, same process for local one. What only difference is instead of local host, we're running from container, right? But MongoDB is in my local machine. So I need to mention host.docker.internal, and the port number for MongoDB is 27017. And that you can run this container. Whereas this one is for the Cosmos DB. I'll explain how after it got created. Okay. Once this has been created, this is the same name as this one. Whereas the next command we have, this is going to generate, this primary key is going to generate this part of this one. So you can see that this one from here to here, here. Sorry, this got started. In fact, the same big, that's the reason. And again, the same account name 36. I given 36, and so you can make the default port for Cosmos DB is 10255. That's the reason I given 055. Nothing else. So you need to copy the same primary key, but you have to generate after it got created. And of course, this username is the same as that of account name. Yeah, it got created. Let me go and copy this command, paste it, execute it. Already modified all that account name and all. You can see that this one you need to copy carefully without any space, and go here app.py. Delete this one first so that you will paste it. And the same way, delete this one first and paste it so that it's going to connect to the Cosmos DB. So yeah, that's it. So we can execute this one. We can build Docker build -t Cosmos DB summarizer, right? Okay. Image dot. So Docker file, you have to have Docker file in the location, only then it will work. So always make sure the Docker file, wherever, whichever file that's not necessary, you need to include that here. I don't require to mention, copy this to Docker. So otherwise this will take some time. But this is a very interesting project. No, only this way. This is the way that we can understand it. So this IPY is only testing. Use that one for testing, and these are for containers. This one I have not executed it. You know how to execute this one, right? This one I'm executing it. What I did here is I have included app. I made a mistake. Okay, let me stop this building. What I do is I will change this to, I'll rename this to, okay, basically the app.py need to be sent. We can even, because that is how we have given that, right? App.py. If we give app2, we can even give app2.py. There's something wrong in it. Okay, let's go with app.py instead of changing all that. I can ignore this one. Instead of renaming to app1 and then again app.py, I'm changing right here itself. But in this case, I should have given app.py so that it will not get copied. But the problem is that if you try with another one, local one, this one, then you may miss this one, you may get an error. So that's fine. See, this just cost around, this is going to be just few KBs, right? Hope I don't get any error. I can even cross-check the resource. You can see that resource Cosmos DB, and I can click on this one, open the Cosmos DB, and here Data Explorer. So you need to click on Data Explorer. Data Explorer is where you can cross-check the one, but it's not going to be as interactive as this one. So you haven't created any, so you aren't going to see anything, but you will see it in short while. It's not as interactive or as user friendly as this one, as MongoDB, but this is going to be quite messy. Tomorrow we have session at same time, 7:30.
So, what will be covered in tomorrow's class?
Dashboards, Power BI, Tableau, and I'll give you an overview of how to interact those through tools. Not a proper production kind of, but I will give an overview of the tool. So that any data analysis, it's not part of generative AI, in fact. Just give an overview, like it may be helpful some point of time. And Python advanced features, there are decorators, generators, we have few concepts pending. So we'll complete that. That's it. You'll conclude the course. Don't expect more than that.
This LLM architecture was not covered in the class, sir.
LLM architecture is basically LangChain. We are going to use it. So basically the one that we have seen it now, right? Cost
Yeah.
similarity. So it's going to go to vector database, it's going to check, and it's going to point to the model. That is RAG architecture. Let me show you that RAG architecture. It is not LLM architecture, it is RAG architecture. So you can see that so any document, we go in chunk, right? And then going to insert into and thereafter you're going to embed, you're going to generate, we have seen how to generate embeddings, right? And thereafter it's going to store that in vector store. It uses as a context. So it's not going to go to the LLM unless it's not been there. If it's been here, it's going to get the output directly. If it's not been there, then it's going to go to the LLM model and they're going to get the output. Got it? That is how the architecture is. The same thing in more practical way, but it is more theoretical. If you understand this one, You can understand anything. Clear?
Yeah.
All right, let me execute this one now. I don't know which. I've given practical stuff rather than just theoretical. So what else you need? All right, we have the container running, so we can test it. We have test.py. This is so Python. It's test.py. Yeah, here we have. This is for single response. So batch, we'll do the single line first. Python test.py, and moreover, we need to change this one. I think I should have given another one. I did. Oh, then we need to. Okay. Okay, so we are running the application locally, right? That's the reason I have given 127 local. We're not deployed the application, but the application by itself has this Cosmos DB, so it's not going to get connected. All right. Connection aborted, remote disconnected, remote and close connection without response. Okay, Docker, yes, Docker p logs 64. Sorry, Docker logs 64. Cosmos DB URI. So it is saying that some issue with Cosmos DB URI. All right. So what is the issue? Same name. Okay. Um, okay. Contact to Cosmos U for more regarding phase compatibility and support. This should work. In fact, I tested it and it's working. Let me go back to Azure and see. No collections. There's nothing wrong with this one. App2.py. Okay. It's good. Let me take the error. See what do we get. Okay, so it's because of time not this issue. Okay, request by calling request.post call by adding timeout something. Okay, so it's saying that it may take some time. So whenever you request something, where is that request? request dot post. Anyway, meanwhile, oh, this is before. Yes, see. All right. Got a new. I should have given. Oh, okay. I think the problem is here. This is where we need to. So we need to wait. I unnecessarily labeled it. This is the where the problem is. I was looking at app product UI. All right, so would be successfully okay. Load successfully. Okay. Okay, I think this is still in process. So the problem where how come this fails? Like I already tested it. Response. Yeah, we're testing it again. I'm sorry, I'm in mute. So it's even though everything is right, it is still doing the error. Let me check the portal. Maybe restarting the service may work. Also, I'll try to check locally rather than. Oh, this is the problem. This may not be there, but this has been included in the construct X-ray. So that won't be an issue. there any way we can restart the service now? No. Looks like this is waiting for 100 seconds. No, not exactly. To check. Various virtual environments. I got confused with this one. So which one has, which one doesn't have? All right, it's up and running. And let's check the skills part. You can see that output, right? The global economy has been significant shifts due to the COVID-19 impact. And let's check the batch one. So I am not running under in container. It will work. I think it has taken some time to take requests. I will test that one Docker also. So without making any changes. Okay, so we are getting the output. Docker images we already have. During comments from txt, change, transfer, everything we have. Sorry, Docker engine, I think it's not running. System got restarted. Okay. So Docker images. All right, Docker about Docker PS. Docker start F1. Okay. So we should get the output. Now we're getting the output. Fantastic. Okay. So we're getting the batch output and we will see the single output also. Yeah, the Cosmos DB by itself is taking time. There is nothing else. Then single output also we're getting it. Okay. Any questions? We'll clear up the resources. Any questions? At least Stephen and Naveen been there for all throughout. Naveen, Stephen. All right, that's it for today. Looks like you are not being you're not been there. So all right, so we'll end up this. Let me delete the resource group itself. Go to resource groups, delete the resource group, click on that, delete resource group. This will delete it. Someone asked like whether it will delete all the resources. Most of the case, yes, in some case, the VMs and all, it will be will not get deleted as easily. So we need to cross check it. It keep on refreshing. Just by deleting the resource, it has to delete all the resources in it. Just you need to think, you need to monitor it, and if it doesn't work, then we need to delete manually. Status should show online. Okay. Delete account. Yes, permanently submit feedback. Send feedback and continue. Account name. Account name is this one. Okay. Delete it. Now it is deleting. Deleting and yeah, that's it. Thanks a lot, John, for joining. Watch the recording or got the scripts by Monday morning or by Monday evening. Please watch it.